Oh, here it was still in disconnection protection? Nice! Okay, cool. I didn't think it got nearly fast enough because it took me a moment to realize what was even going on. Yeah, so you didn't miss anything on this side. Like, literally, I paused the game because it's in panic mode to try and deal with stuff. Right, so we're on the island where the fox were. And I wanted to head west to see if we could find more animals. Because we have a need for fur. Midnight Eastern time? It is. Yeah, with the timing, I'm guessing whether it was like my ISP did maintenance or something, or like someone was doing something that broke a bunch of stuff. Could be on my ISP, could be on Twitch. Could just be a fluke. Don't know. Alright, good enough for me. Get over here, rabbit. I have need for your fur. First time viewer, new to the game. Have 2 words, 1 solo, 1 co-op. I am solo. It's not that I never ever co-op, it's pretty rare I co-op. Usually when I do, it's like collabing and that kind of stuff. Quarterback, that's what counts? Yeah. No, I was like really about to be pretty sad about like having the whole thing drop. I've been so focused on the game, I haven't been keeping an eye on a lot of the numbers and all that, which is fine. Yeah, no, it sounds like... So there's a thing called disconnection protection that's supposed to prevent you from losing your viewers and all that as long as you get back online within a certain amount of time. I had just thought I'd gone over that time because, like I said, it took me a minute to notice that things were broken and then to, like... Because I had a big prompt I had to read and everything and then go, oh crap, and then, like, try and, you know, assess how I was going to deal with it. The disconnection protection is only a like single-digit number of minutes, like a really small number. It's like 3 or 4 minutes. So I figured I'd like blown way past that. Luckily, that does not appear to be the case. Alright, so I think it's getting too dark for us to continue chasing stuff around out here. I'm doing pretty good. So sneaking around the back end there is probably going to get me caught by wolves and the bear. Just pretty quick thinking. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was when it was like, you know, couldn't use your stream key. I'm like, what? What do you mean couldn't use my stream key? Like that is kind of... I can't do this at all without that. You're very tired, it's been a very long day? Gotcha. Hello again, Bentley. You know, he basically wiped out the rabbits and the deer and all that over here. Getting ourselves more hides and fur and all that. Getting ourselves some proper winter clothes. It's getting pretty close to time for the season to switch again. One of those days it's 5 p.m. and it feels like bedtime. Yeah, I know those days. Alright, so we can get to the tailor. In standard, winter, we can go to pants. I have enough for 1 pair of pants. Which still gets me my 1 pair of pants so that we're not freezing to death, so that's good news. Drop off the rest of the leather and all that. Potion of strength we don't care about right now. Drop off the stick. Drop off the straw. Drop off the wool thread. Drop off the beer and the animal feed. The trousers we'll sell. Let's see, just wondering if you're managing to make enough money to survive the taxes or still in survival mode. Oh yeah, no, we're fine. Our taxes are 100 something, and we're sitting at like 300. Like, I've actually been gradually spending money to unlock new things. That's kind of what you end up doing, is you end up, where's the kitchen? You end up, kind of giving yourself like sorry about that, buying patterns to turn your materials into more valuable materials to then sell. And I am deliberately cooking more meat and all that we can possibly eat. That will rot, be made into fertilizer, and then we can use that fertilizer to grow our crops. But in the meantime, it gives us food and all that in the interim. Yeah, I do hope we get the good sleep and all that. Just hiccup, probably in your end. It's all good. But yeah, no, so far, like, because the taxes do build up, they don't build up that fast, fortunately. And the taxes are based on the size of your village, so it is kind of one of those things, as long as you're making your villages be productive in some manner or another, they should be generating enough wealth that you just gotta grab whatever they make and take it to sell it. But that's a whole thing to get sorted out. Alright, meanwhile, let's quickly go ahead and top off our hunger for right now. That should cover us until the season's over. The food storage house is over here. And as you can see, we are building up that. Some of that food will rot, and whatever rots becomes fertilizer and goes to the farm. In the meantime, it's going to be pretty difficult for me to do much productive right now in the dark. What I can probably do I still have a pickaxe on hand? So what I'm understanding, lady, is you're getting a little salty about the lack of seating to be here. Furniture and decorations. Oh, you can make a rabbit trap. That's cool. Seats. Alright, so management. I want to know why they're kind of like perpetually at just okay. Like, they're both working something they have high rating in. Alright, that's fine. Technology, house. Man, it's 250 for a stump log or whatever. For like a proper seat, it's 500. Look, man, sit on the ground. Figure it out. I could buy it. Most likely buying the fur and all that will cut into the amount of money we make by so much it's probably not worth it. I don't know that for a fact. But it would definitely be a pretty hard hit to the amount of money we're making on it. But I'm feeling pretty good. We got our winter pants, our winter jacket. How much do we have to pay in taxes? How much does the Coke give us in comparison? So we currently look at it, our tax burden. We'll have to pay 195.4 taxes per year. That's about one winter coat. Just one. Like, beating the taxes is really, really not hard. Alright. So I'm just collecting a bunch of ore. Do you want to know something about the game most people don't notice? Sure. Alright, Cerise. I hope you sleep well. The game has 3 types of king: merciful, cruel, and normal. Gotcha. So it's just one of those things that, like, when you start the game, you have the chance that you'll have, like... It affects the taxes and morale of citizens in your village. Interesting. It's also interesting that's just, like, a thing that happens that you just are in no way made aware of. Well, I'm glad you can find that sleep and all that here. Alright, so let's drop you off there, drop you off there. I'm gonna grab the copper and tin and keep working on making stuff here. Oh, they have chance of the years? Oh, so it changes as you play the game? That's kind of a cool mechanic. So, like, you could be playing the game and, like, everything is chill, and then, like, then a Ruthless King shows up, and you end up having just that much more of a tax burden to deal with and all that. Alright. Almost nobody knows it, by the way. Yeah, because it's after a while you kind of stop paying attention to the banter by the people here. It doesn't really seem to affect that much. Alright, we'll get ourselves another torch. And our pickaxe. And anytime now it's gonna... There it is. I say anytime now the season's gonna change. Alright, so it is winter time. So the very first thing I'm going to do before anything else for wintertime is we're just going to run right on over to town and see what our new quests, missions, requests, whatever the heck that board is supposed to be. The thing that people ask you to do to give you money and reputation. We also are going to need to get ourselves more fur and all that. Oh, the bunny. The bunny chose the wrong time to return.
Should have put on something warmer.
Not worry about the deer right now. Bunny in sight. We're gonna need to get more winter clothes going. All right. Not so worried. Oh. I probably should have waited. I probably should have waited to chase this thing until we got the quests. Copper knife? Yeah, so they'll have more efficiency. Sometimes the efficiency is just how long the action takes. I don't know if you'll get like a higher yield or something with that, with a better knife. It makes sense if you do. But yeah, that's all that's all things we got going on. I gotta focus on getting our better winter clothes. We've got the pants and the jacket right now, and that's good. Puff puff. You want sticks, straws, and logs. That's easy. We can definitely do that. Basket weavers. You want small wicker baskets. I can do that. Badger, badger, badger. I can do that. So let's go ahead and choose one of those ones. Let's start with badger, badger, badger. Because I need fur and all that. So for badgers... get badgers down there. Yeah, so you'll start with going after the badgers, because I am going to need the, like, hides and fur and all that stuff for the winter clothes. It's going to become an absolute nuisance otherwise. So we'll probably focus a little bit on the hunting on the beginning of this season. All right. There you are.
It's biting cold.
Okay.
I don't feel my fingers.
On the plus side, it should be way easier to see the animals right now. Alright, well, badgers seem to be very easy to hunt. Okay, so there's at least one more over here.
I don't feel my fingers.
Alright, so we can turn that in. Actually, we're close to home. Let's run home real fast. We could drop off the meat, make sure I've got another torch handy, probably unlock the next piece of winter clothes. Make that next piece of winter clothes, use whatever extra furs and leather we have to, you know, make more stuff to sell. So we can just keep trying to insulate ourselves more and more. So let's see, manage, or technology, production, sewing. We got winter bracers and winter shoes. I'm gonna think winter shoes are probably the next one. Then we can sell that to get our taxes. For the record, when the taxes come in, it's not like you get hit with the taxes, like, and if you don't have it, it's instant game over. Basically, you're like, hey, you need to come by and pay your taxes. And then there's some time to actually do that part. So we can go ahead and make the shoes. So we'll make 2 pairs of shoes, one for right now for me, and then another one for sale. And we can go to inventory. Winter shoes. And let's drop off our leathers and our furs. We could sell the meat and its bottles. Now put the meat into storage. Apparently have some bronze bars I didn't realize. We could drop those off. There's a bronze sickle. We could drop those off. Yeah, so we will bring the meat bottles to sell. And I will drop the meat off to storage so that the hunter can dry it or whatever. All right.
Should have put on something warmer.
Let's also go over here and make ourselves another torch. The good news is it seems like I'm cooling off a lot slower. So we're getting closer to not having problems. Yeah, we're right on the fence of potentially not losing life from it being too cold. Target acquired. Okay. Was one mission a bundle of sticks? I mean, it had sticks and a couple other things. It wasn't just sticks. It was like some sticks, some logs, and I think some of the reeds in a bunch. Which all that I could acquire right by town without a whole lot of effort. All right. Because as we're working over, I'm trying to kind of watch out for badgers, rabbits, anything else that'll give me fur.
Sure is. Frosty.
Okay. We'll hunt it all. Okay.
Sure is. Frosty.
You didn't actually get a bleeding hit like I thought you did.
Freezing.
Okay. Oh, you ran inside there? I'm not gonna get there in time. Yeah, wherever one already got out of there. Okay. So we've gotten ourselves a bunch more furs and all that. That's fine. That's kind of what we're working on, is just trying to make it so I don't have to, like, hug a torch to avoid getting too cold.
How can I help you?
Killed some of those badgers. Do you have any badger hunting? Do you have any badger hunting badgers? Fortunately not, but here's your reward. Glad I could help. People management. In order to maintain thriving settlement, inhabitants need to be provided with small community by working. Villagers will do a job. That's, I mean, okay.
How have you been?
Show me your wares. Alright. There's some mead. There's some bottles for mead. And here is a spare set of winter shoes.
Another client. Welcome. It was nice seeing you.
So we need small wicker baskets. And we go technology, production, sewing. There is a winter collar. I don't believe I have an equivalent for that, so let's go ahead and get that. So rip most of my money. So we can go ahead and make a small wicker basket and whatever else we're going to need for all that. Alright. And so it shouldn't take too many more things hunted to be able to get the winter collar. See if we can't kill a couple of foxes here real fast. Done.
Ugh, I should better warm myself up.
Okay, wasn't paying attention to how many furs and all that we got, but that's fine. Okay, that's just a rabbit. There's another fox we saw over here. Oh, cool. It was a bleeding hit. I thought I just hit it and that was that. Ow, he bit me. Ow, he bit me again. Alright, apparently I got killed by the fox. I couldn't manage to land a hit with a spear while I nipped at my toes. That's okay, I wanted to be home. This is how you died? That was the first time I had one of the foxes like turn aggressive on me. Oh, I could have sold the trousers and the shoes. That's fine. We'll sell those later. What did the fox say? I'm gonna assume the fox didn't say you died. I'm assuming the fox said get wrecked. Let's see. How would permadeath impact how you play, or would it just be a random noise? It'd probably be more of a random annoyance than anything, because there's just one of those things that you'll have stuff like the wolves and the bears and all that will sometimes just get way outside of their areas. As far as how I actually play, though, it just means I wouldn't go remotely anywhere nearby their territory until like I'm really well kitted. So it'd be a very, very defensive playstyle. Because it is those things like early on where I'm using the stone arrows. Very genuinely, you could just slap one after the other and the bear will just close the gap and get you. You gotta have... It's not you can't do it without this. Like, you can use terrain abuse to do it. But there's a lot of places where the bears are and all that. It's pretty difficult to get good places to do some terrain abuse. You guys give me a rent. Yep. All right. Just trying to get that fur we need. I do know there's at least one more rabbit. I'm honestly pretty surprised we haven't gained a level in hunting with just the massacre of animals we've had for like the last 2-3 in-game days. All right. Okay. Got our sticks. Get ourselves a new knife. Alright, so should be on our way back home. I don't think we need any more leather right now, as we're wiping out pretty much all of the nearby wildlife in its entirety, with the exception of the bear, because the bear is terrifying. And there's our hunter wandering around in the water. Okay. So let's first go to this building. We can drop off all the meat. We have a lot of rotten meat in not too long. The dead zone is getting larger and larger. Yeah, it's getting to the point where it's not going to get much bigger because you won't be able to notice from how far out it starts. Alright, so we do this. Winter clothes. Winter collar. You can put that on. And so for the next piece of technology, we have the winter bracers. Where's my money at? We don't have enough. I gotta go to town and sell before we can do more with that. Meanwhile, they want a small wicker basket. I believe I have the ability to make that. I do now. We can check our journal here for use. That's logs, sticks, and straw. But first, we have entirely too many sticks, so I'm gonna make great decisions. Because we're about to make 5 whole minutes of wicker baskets, apparently. But that'll get rid of our stick surplus and all that good stuff. It'll give us stuff to sell. It's not great money, but it's money. Realistically, for the record, what I'm going to probably do is I'm going to wait till our inventory gets to the point where it's going to be punishing our movement speed. And then we'll just take whatever that amount is and sell it. But this is one of the ways you can make money, is you just make some trade good, get a lot of it, and go sell it. Now, the problem you run into is you can't really trade and sell at night. Blast us with a mega commercial break? just run like 5 solid minutes of ads. No, I don't usually do that. So I only do the minimum amount of ads required per hour, which is 3 minutes. But there are times that like say for example, actually, what's going on? I just noticed, so far as the ad timer, I might actually, you know what? I actually am gonna fire it because the ad timer seems broken where the stream went down and all that. So since we're stuck here staring at this anyways, I need to unstick it. It just got 2 dashes, which means they're probably having pre-rolls. So I'm gonna do that while that's going on. And I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food here real fast, and I'll be right back. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. I'm pretty sure I just got Brutal Dane killed. Whew, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh, man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Yep. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. Alright, and we are back. Surprisingly, the inventory at no point started to overburden. We're just making wicker baskets, one after the other, just over the course of the entire night. Just a casual knocking out 70 wicker baskets. Weirdly, it says I'm at 69 wicker basket. Oh, because I made one before we start the stack. That's right. We'll go ahead and make one more simple torch. Oh, I'm sorry. I made the torch, and the torch is what pushed us over the limit. The baskets were fine. Weirdly, it seems like that was a way to stave off being cold, is I apparently wasn't losing temperature the entire time I was crafting. So, if you were just trying to, like, drag out the night so it was daytime again, if you had enough, you know, enough supplies piled up, in theory that would be a strategy you could do. But with that, we should be able to sell that. Unfortunately, that pile of wicker baskets isn't worth that much. Like, we look at that, the price is 3 per basket. So that whole stack is going to be about $100 if I get full value for it, which I probably won't. Bunny? I thought you were all dead. We're gonna go and get these back to town, turn those in, and then we'll need to do the logs and the sticks. No, I mean, we got logs right here. Let me grab these two. The big one's the straw. So we do have straw on the other side. Let's go to the other side of the river. We can go ahead and grab those straw. I think we can actually get all of this in one go. And then that'll be, I think, maybe all of the different available things for this in-game day. And then the added bonus with all of this is just the fact that we'll already be at 500 rep, which is what we needed to get another person in our town. Okay. I don't need 2 stones to make an axe. And then with that, we can go ahead and chop down the tree, get our 2 logs. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were you playing on? Set the stream on fire. Warren dropped the children off for babysitting and ran for the hills. Even though there are no hills in Florida. There's a hill in Florida. Singular. But for those who don't know, Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. So I definitely recommend checking out. Does like a bunch of really, really hard challenges in RimWorld, as well as a bunch of other games. So definitely good times over there. Absolutely worth checking out. But yeah, but welcome in. What were we streaming today? I'm assuming RimWorld? Yeah, according to Twitch, it's RimWorld. Yeah, I do hope you had yourself a good stream. If you got a raid and run, I totally understand. Gotcha. Yep. Oh, then 7 days to die. Gotcha. You just went to see Florida's waterfall? It's legit too? Florida's waterfall? Are we making a joke about like one of the water parks or Animal Kingdom or something like that? Or no, I'm sorry, Magic Kingdom or whatever? Or is there like legit? No, I guess there is the waterfalls, because there is what is it? Is it Points de Leon National Park or whatever? Or how much it rains? Yeah, that could also be Florida waterfalls. That's fair. The onslaught of water. Why are you 900 meters away? 900 meters away makes me think you're like in the next town over.
Sure is. Frosty.
No, in the Panhandle, there's a waterfall that falls into a 100-foot hole, like a sinkhole thing. Oh, that's cool. I was unaware of that one. All right, let's go ahead and get that survival skill point. So the survival stuff, we can move faster on water, alcohol resistance, and slower food and all that. That's fine. We did get the stuff here, the survival knowledge. We can probably mitigate a lot of the temperature and make it as less of an issue in general. But yeah, no, that sounds cool. Yeah, I was unaware of those ones. Right, so I was going to change in the journal. There we go, 35 meters seems more what I'd expect.
Hello there.
Let's see. Feel the glory of my baskets as I am the wicker master. Let's see. Pretty sturdy, well crafted. It'll do. You won't believe how badly made baskets people can bring. Here's your reward. You seem to mask your overwhelming admiration well. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, I think for some reason this next contract is like take it all the way to the next city over, so I guess we have a hike ahead of us. Do I have food on me? We could eat some mildly inedible stuff. It's fine. It'd be nice to still be here. Oh, let's dip in the water so we can get the dirt off. All right. It'd be nice if we could be here long enough to hit up the stores to sell all the other wicker baskets we made.
So you're starting a new settlement, aren't you? How can I help you?
All right, small talk. Can you tell me about your skills? You're really good at tracking prey. I don't need a hunter. Goodbye. You. Skills. What are your skills? Field work tires me a bit.
Fed up with people always complaining. Damn it. Now I'm also complaining. See you around.
All right, you're a farmer. I don't need one of those. You tell me about your skills. Crafting gives vast possibilities. I can shift whatever there's demand into other resources and flexible.
Do you really
Cool.
need all these stones in you? Our king will go down in history as the
Hello.
All right, small talk. You tell me about your skills. Walkers like me have an eye for finding the best spots for fishing and finding mushrooms. So that's Survivor. I don't actually have one of those. So welcome. Gotcha.
So, how are all those?
So I can go to management. Go to you. Open details. I should probably introduce myself. So I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. Today we are working on Medieval Dynasty and making all that work. So you are best at production, even though you're not actually that good at it. I feel like I've been hustled here. So we'll go workshop for you. And get you assigned. And then we can go to we can go to management, buildings. The kitchen would also not be a bad one later, but right now the workshop. Let's go to recipes, edit assignments. And honestly, we'll assign all of these. Accept assignments. I'm gonna split my time between them all. A lot of these probably won't get done in a timely manner, but that's whatever. And the reason we're doing this just to be producing some of these that I can trade for later. Yeah, no, it's sort of like a colony builder, but you know, you're actually first person and all that. Confirm intensity, return. But you are trying to survive and all that. Yeah, unfortunately it's middle of the night, so we're just gonna keep moving on to the next location. Now, I'm hoping he will solve his water himself, because I already have like 9 buckets of water in storage, which is in range of his house, so he should just get the water in storage where the water is available. But we'll figure it out. Worst case, I'm going to drop this off, we'll hustle back, and get it squared away. The other good news is I do not seem to be freezing to death right now with all the winter garb I've been putting on. That's okay, we're going to make our way to the next town. But yeah, so we are playing... I wonder why that's in a red box. We are playing Medieval Dynasty. To explain what Medieval Dynasty is, generally speaking, it is like a colony slash city builder, settlement builder, whatever. But it uses crafting that's similar to like Green Hell and the Forest, just without the obnoxious stuff that Green Hell and the Forest have, where, you know, you dare make contact with the soil, now you're full of parasites. You drank water once, okay, you're also full of parasites. Also, mutants chasing you. Instead, there's just bears and wolves and all that. And honestly, and they're pretty terrifying. When the bear comes running at you and you got a stone spear, it's a very feels bad man kind of situation. Moose are also a very feels bad man kind of situation. Let's go around those moose. My 3 little stone arrows are not gonna really do a whole lot to a moose. It'll mostly... Alright, we got a bandit after us. Okay. That went smoothly. Got a tiny bit of reputation and a tiny bit of money out of that. The thing is, usually they're not alone. And the last time I ran into one, I got slapped with an arrow. It didn't kill me, but it's definitely not what I wanted. All right. Heck yeah. Getting me a bunch of arrows and all that too? Oh, there you go. I wonder if the other guy dropped the axe and I didn't notice it. Alright, so we got rid of those two. Apples and cherries. Pot plant seedlings. Alright, well that was lucrative. I was mostly worried I was going to run out of arrows, but fortunately that one archer gave me some like 12 more arrows, so that's cool. I'll take freebies. The downside is now I'm overburdened. It'll hopefully be a problem we solve here in just a minute when we drop off all these logs and all this for the board. There's some type of building way back there. All right. And I did see that on my offline playthrough. I had a group of bandits build like a whole base right above mine. Like just by the way it worked. Like we haven't interacted or anything, but it's just like, oh, it's a bandit base and they actually have armor. Well, that sucks. Me walking around in that one, I don't even have a stone spear. I've got a wood spear, and there's a person running up with bronze armor. I'm like, all right, hang on. This doesn't feel fair. Especially since they don't seem to drop the clothing or the armor they've got equipped. You couldn't do the strategy of going, all right, let me break out every cheese tactic I can to kill someone who's way better kitted. Could you make like a guard or retinue in your town? I don't know, honestly. I don't know if there's the idea that you could make a make someone to work with you to like clear out bandits or run protection as you do trade or whatever. I played this game some, but I haven't gone super late game or anything like that. Alright, so we're almost over here. Which is where we're going to drop off all this straw, the sticks, and the logs, and that should clear up our weight. And then these rabbits are going to have a unfortunate time. Let's see, I think the devs had on the roadmap for some time. Yeah. Well, it makes sense, because you'd be able to then scale things up in the game where you could run into bigger threats and all that. Alright, that's stealing. Which I'm not against stealing in the game, but I feel like stealing with the person directly there is probably not the play. Sir, I'm not... This is a strange place. We shouldn't be here.
My tooth's been aching for 2 months, but I haven't plucked up the courage to go. How can I help you?
Brought you materials for your pigsty. Thank you very much. First, I see a lone wolf creeping near the pigsty at night. Then this wind. It's a miracle. Then it's a miracle it's still standing. It doesn't look that bad at first glance, but it would be a pity if it crumbled on your pigs.
Have a good day.
Alright, is that all of our side quests right now? Yeah. Is there anyone here who... Alright, let's go ahead and take... Oh, right. We need... Actually, we just got 100 rep. So let's go ahead and run over here. See if there's anyone else we can add to our roster. Because they do have a spot... Like, they only let, men and women live together kind of thing. Alright, what's your... let's see. Small talk, what are you good at? I think that means that she is good at excavation, which I can work with. I think that gives you a hard time. You can't put your heart into crafting. You know what? I think you're in excavation. You'll work out fine. So let's go to management. You. We will assign you to the simple house. Yup. And we will assign you to the excavation shed. Yup. And then we can go to the excavation shed. And material-wise, copper, stone, clay, limestone, straw. Do it all. Accept assignments. It's interesting that tin isn't one of the ones we can do on here. All of these we want to be above nothing. Let's plan for the copper to be the primary contributor. Let's bump that joker up to like 50%. Stone will be one we want a decent amount of. Clay will have some. Limestone will have some. Straw will have some. Confirm intensity, and we're good. But so you take that back. They said bandit raids would be on the roam bat. It was not. It was a speculation in the Steam forum. You misremembered it. Gotcha. No problem. Well, I appreciate the clarification. Okay. So they're sleeping and unwilling to trade right now. Let's go grab the quest here. Do I have more food on me by chance? I will eat the individual cherry. And the 3 apples. Sorry.
Hello.
Is there anything troubling you? I'm worried about my husband. After his accident, he started to act weird. What accident? And what do you mean by weird? A tree fell on while he was cutting it. Since then, he talks about... Let's see. All he talks about are some game devils and NPCs. Whatever they are. I don't understand him at all. Maybe you can talk to him? Game devils and NPCs, you say? I may try. That's all good. Oh, a player character. The sole purpose of my miserable existence. So you become self-aware. What quest do you have for me? Sure, let's get straight to the objective. Who would waste any time listening to the problems of a minor NPC who is waiting his whole life just for this quest? Which will probably be the only interesting thing that will ever happen to him. I'm sorry, there are many other things I would like to do in this game, but I'm sure there are many players who'd be more focused on quests. Maybe, but it still hurts. So, do you have an objective for me or not? Sigh, sure, whatever. Should I make you bring me something, or decimate the population of a local fauna? Maybe you could give me a wooden wheel, or kill a wizened? Why would you need a wheel? To put in my dang head. Not now you're interested. It's you who needs the reward. So, a wheel or a wizen? Choose either of them, or both. I don't care. Just go away. I can't look at you any longer. Alright.
At least Tix loved me.
Hunt a wizened. Is that a bird? The heck is a wizened? Oh. Oh, wizened is like an ox. To hell with you, man. Those things wreck your day in this game. I have been ruined by those things before.
Hello.
Show me your wares, and by that I mean I have 70 wicker baskets with your name on it. Oh, right, and I have these pants I don't need, these shoes I don't need, some wine I don't need. I don't feel like carrying those feathers with me anymore. And that'll probably do, actually.
My words never disappoint. Good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, the Wizen is like, it's basically like an ox kind of animal. They are territorial and aggressive in this game, and they will wreck your face. They will straight up end you. I need your fur. Yeah, it's like a bison. Yeah, they're tanky, they're fast. About the only thing they don't do is they don't turn super well, but it kind of doesn't matter. Your character also does not have the turns really well capabilities. So you can kind of abuse them on certain terrain, but they're pretty murdery. Sooner or later, I'm sure I'll have to tangle with one, and then we'll get that quest done. Let's go ahead and pop in the water long enough to get ourselves not dirty and take a sippy sip. Some type of wood structure over here. All right, cool. Yeah, so now I'm trying to work my way home, because even though I've got buckets and buckets and buckets of water handy for my people, going and getting that bucket of water out of storage is just too much for them to handle. I haven't quite held their hand quite enough, so you know, I gotta run over there and then just hand it to them. It'll be fine. We're already heading back that way anyway. Yeah, this is where I ran into the bandits. Killed the other one over there somewhere. Let's see. It's funny how even the fairly modern compression, the water shows... What's it? Blockiness easily. But the snow hides it well. Yeah. Cool, a bag of money, some clay. Beer. I apparently was sniping his fingertips. All right. I guess one of my arrows must have just overshot. I need mode to recover my stamina. Apparently my arrows are making noise, and he's like looking for where the noise came from. It's a little concerning that they've got guards watching either end of this. A stone arrow over there that I missed. Now we also need to be careful because we've got boar in the area, so let's go and try and avoid the boar. Because honestly, the boar scare me more than the bandits. Yeah, no, I grabbed the bow. Is the first thing I grabbed. Yep, no, you're all good. Okay. Yeah, the axe is better. I mean, I've got the spears, though. Like, they're crappy spears. I'm just kind of trying to use them up. Oh, do I still have that marked? Okay, I had that even marked in the wrong spot. That's home. That way. Hey, finally a new level in hunting. Okay, so let's go to our skills. Hunting. So I can now track tracking animals in inspect mode. Alright, so I'm still mostly after the fur, so I'm not worried about the deer, but the bunny... The bunny gets it. Okay. You've got the merchant icon, so I'm going to assume you're not hostile.
Hello there.
Nice day for trading, isn't it? Not the best, though. Usually I earn the most when the wind is coming from the south to the southwest. Actually, there's nothing like the northern wind if you want to haggle. Is that so? Yeah, trust me. And beware of a northeast wind. Show me your wares? I can't show my wares. Why? Because I don't have enough wares to show. But maybe you can show me yours. I'll buy them at a very attractive prices. I need very specific amounts though. No more, no less. And I'll accept only one kind of thing. That's a lot of rules. And they don't seem to make much sense. I make money, not sense. But why do I even bother? Alright, what do you need? I need 66 feathers, 7 bronze arrows, 3 oat rolls, and 12 cabbages. I'm afraid I can't sell you anything from your list in the exact amounts, but I can come back later.
Have a nice day.
You are a weird one. Oh, did I still? Oh, I have another one. Thank you. So Careful Hunter. 50% chance to get extra things. Trapping Master increases the trap limit. Experienced Hunter slows the durability weapon loss. Predator moves faster with that. Prowling, make less noise while sneaking. Steady Hand. And then there's Hunting Knowledge. And then Strong Arm. Okay. We'll go for the extra resources from animals. Also, fairly well, rabbit. Alright, we got more people complaining about water. That's where we're heading right now, as I'm vaguely working my way home. I'm just trying to get fur along the way. And hopefully get enough equipment that I don't have to worry about overheating anymore. And then from there, the next thing we'd be worrying about is I will need to have, like, summer clothes, winter clothes, and all that. I am kind of hoping that as our hunter gets better and better and we get more people, that won't be an issue. We did get 2 new people, but they're the ones complaining about the water. So hopefully they'll be able to chip in and deal with some of that stuff. Because I want to say I put one on the workshop, and I don't remember what the heck I put the other one on. Oh, I put them on mining. Do you think game mark you as a bandit if you killed the merchant? I have no idea. I actually don't know, like, if you just get flagged as hostile and everyone attacks you. I don't think. I imagine you'd probably take a hit to your reputation. That probably has consequences. But we'll figure it out. I imagine if you kill her, there's consequences. Alright. So, now that everyone's complaining about the lack of water, let's go right in here real fast. We could drop off stuff. I'll drop off the fishing spears because I'm not going to use them right now. We could drop off the hop seedling. Yeah, we'll just drop that off. The large wicker basket I'll probably sell. We can drop off the fur. Drop off the sticks. Drop off the stone sickles, because our farmers can use that. Drop off the wooden bolt and wooden crossbow for right now. Drop off the wooden shovel for right now. You can drop all that crap off as well. Oh, right, the water buckets. So water bucket here. So as you can see, I got 10 of them. So let's go make our people less whiny. So there's 2 for you. Four for you. And 4 for you. Okay. No one's dealing with that anymore, so now we can go over here and drop off inner food storage, all our food stuff. So the fish meat, the regular meat. We can sell the booze when we get back in town. Alright, so quickly go in here. I need some of this. Let's grab like 5 for myself. Alright. So I have to my name some amount of money I can't quite find. 600 bucks. So let's go to technology. Let's go to here, sewing. We can get the winter bracers. So I'll buy that. Let's make the winter bracers. Cool. So that'll be the winter bracers made. And then we'll have the winter cap. And that'll be totally decked out in our winter wear, so we no longer have to worry about freezing to death during the winter. Because I assume wearing like the full setup means they've just completely covered. Alright. So let's see, 130. So those are 240 for the boots for 10 and 10 material. Yeah, the boots are worth the most, but they also have the highest material cost for leather. But that's fine. We can keep working on this as a source of money. But I think we're good on that for now. Yeah, okay, the clothes aren't that heavy. Alright, so the next thing up is we should be having ore coming in at some volume. Apparently not enough because I literally don't have anything there. So you're going to have your creations in here. I know what they're working on, but that's fine. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and get our pickaxe. And get into some caves and start bringing stuff in. Oh, you know what I ought to do? Don't focus on that. Let's go ahead and plan for our next household. Oh wait, didn't I? Yeah, no, I got a couple. We're gonna need our next household going. Which would be a little bit of a trick because of the way I put all these fields in here. Where do I want to make my next area of residence? Maybe over here? Yeah, we can put like a little street going out around the farm. And we'll end up needing to dig up some of these trees, probably. How am I doing so far as unlocking the bigger houses? Let's see. Let's see, a type of housing that provides a safe place to sleep. Has stone campfires, yada yada. So it handles 4. Let's see. Not enough technology building. We need, honestly, quite a bit more. So I could go here. Where's the corners? So this is one corner of this. Oh, so that's the orchard. Oh, here we go. I can see it much better from this angle. Yeah, around... Around there's not terrible. We'll start getting our next house set up. And once we get all that set up, we'll be good to... Cool, we got storage level 2. The big question is, I'm trying to remember with the storage level 2, if it's one of those things that, if I start the upgrade, does my existing storage building stop functioning? Or is it like a brand new building entirely that I gotta place down? Which is fine either way, we'll just have to tackle that. Okay, so we have the hammer. So it's remove insulation, destroy, add insulation, repair, build. Alright. So I suspect what we need to do is buildings, storage, storage level 2. Yeah, oh, we can click on it right in the same place. You're probably gonna break everything, aren't you? No, it kept the box here. So it still is functioning as the storage level 1. Okay, that's fine. So we need logs, 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 logs. You get the idea. Logs, logs, planks and logs. I get it. We need logs. We need lots of logs. Hi, trees up on this hill. You're about to have a bad day. Oh, a first sip of water. Okay. So we have a forest to deforest. The fact you have a stone axe makes you angry? Okay. How's it going, Casimir? Can I get a shout out for Casimir as well? Another creator on the platform. Does like a lot of like, you know, factory automation games, a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I have the full winter set. That's what we spent basically our first, like, the last couple days of fall and our first day of winter doing, is just getting every single piece of the winter set locked in. So I don't have to listen to my character constantly whine about the cold and, like, hold a torch in front of me just to stay alive. How are we doing on money again? So money, we still have 500 something. We're at our smithy for our axe choices. We can make the copper axe, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Sadly, the bronze battle axe is really meant for, combat. It's a great game. You played a ton over the years? Yeah, it's the first time I played in a very long time. You don't need the full, first set. I think you'll survive if you have, like, 3 points of temperature resistance skill. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to tackle it, I'm sure. Alright. Can be used for cutting down trees. Yeah, so I guess we would need that one. It's not a bad idea for us to get that going. So we'll go ahead and use up this. Oh, wait. See you all later. We definitely need to start getting better equipment. But that's like basically most of our investment has been like... Poor Badger was looking for food? Yup. The problem is... The problem is for the Badger... that the Badger is made out of food. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Let's see, you see there's two streams going on at the same time here on YouTube? Oh, did it do that garbage again? Give me 1 second, I can fix that problem. Because we had a disconnect, so it scuffed. Not disconnect, like stream key problem. Yeah, so this shouldn't exist. No, don't play an ad. Don't play an ad. Okay. Manage videos, do this, do that. Live. And delete forever on... That's because that Coral Island stream was the very, very, very first stream I did over on YouTube that I can think of. The live stuff. And so anytime something doesn't get associated with another one, it defaults to that, even though I've like deleted that reference from existence. It's pretty annoying. But thanks for letting me know, because then I'd find out like after the stream that I've got like a duplicate thing going on. Like the YouTube side's gonna be totally jacked up on this stream, but that's because honestly the way YouTube handles everything with the live stream is pretty much a disaster. Alright, so let's get down here and see if we can't get ourselves better axes and all that. Oh, right, because we start a new house and the storage. Is this legally distinct Valheim? Does this predate Valheim? Honestly, don't know which one came first. Tools, copper tools, copper axe. But no, so Valheim is just a survival crafter that, like, the big thing in Valheim is to go fight the big bosses, all that kind of stuff. That's your game loop. You know, fight boss, get the thing that lets you fight the better boss, that lets you do the thing to fight the better boss. This is more of a city builder, colony builder. Apparently this is older. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure this was the older of the two. But, this is more focused on, like, your crafting of the town and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, building up a settlement and all that. So it's kind of like a first-person settlement builder game than anything Valheim-esque. Like, don't get me wrong, the construction systems are similar, but Valheim, you don't have the idea of, like, you don't build a house and a blacksmith and a that. You have your building, and then you have machines or, like, objects in your building that do things. We can go ahead and drop you off in here. Yeah, I mean, sort of. It doesn't have, like, as much in the way of the random events. To my understanding, there's another game called Bellwright that does that a bit more. But yeah. like, so far to my knowledge, we don't have any kind of, like, raids or anything that show up. Alright, so we need... Oh, I see. So, okay. So the log house is functional, or the storage is functional, but it's not working... It's not working where it gives me access to stuff at range while it's not finished. Okay, so that does make this a priority to get this built. But yeah, so this one, it's, basically, depending on which map you choose, there's a couple different backstories. But effectively, you're left where you're kind of left on your own, and you're just trying to make it in this world or whatever. And you're going, okay, well, how do I survive? And you build up from nothing, that you're given permission to build on the land, and yada, yada, yada. But you end up having to pay... you know, pay taxes to the crown and all that to live on the land, so as your settlement gets bigger, you have a higher tax obligation and whatnot. But ultimately, you're building up a settlement. The whole tax and crown thing is mostly just to get you pressured into actually making it kind of like a sustainable town kind of thing. Give you some type of pressure. Alright, so I had enough planks. But we need a ton of logs. And we keep just carving farther and farther and farther back. That there's less and less and less of this area we haven't chopped down to nothing. Because this used to be a forest down here. This whole thing was just a little forest with a river going through it. You can just see all the tree stumps. But you know, building buildings out of wood takes a lot of wood. Haven't made a tree farm yet? I don't believe... Well, I mean, there's an orchard-type tree farm, but that's not when you cut down the trees. You didn't know much about this map storytelling? The first one storytelling was interesting. Yeah, this one's storytelling is far less. This won't be a spoiler because it's literally the opening cinematic. But the opening cinematic is basically, you were in a caravan got wrecked, and you were the only survivor. Now, one of the things they do is, when you get introduced, you can actually kind of choose who you were in the caravan. Whether you were one of the attackers, or like the person in the cage, or just some tradesman or whatever. They leave it open to however you want to say it. It doesn't matter. Oh, you thought you remember planting trees? So you can plant like an orchard, like apple trees, that kind of thing. So you can plant like apple trees, pear trees, stuff like that. But not trees for getting wood. But yeah, so this one has way less story. Because the idea with this one is, so like, if you play the other map, there's two maps of the game. There's one map that's meant with the ability to play multiplayer if you want. But you can make a custom character and all that. And like I said, the story is far less on this map. Whereas the other map you play as, I always forget his name. It's not Rainer, but I'm going to say it as even though it isn't. But you play as this guy who, the idea is you've lost kind of like all your family and all that. And so you're sent to where your uncle was, but unfortunately your uncle had passed away before you got there. And then apparently your uncle is this really involved, interesting character. And that you're a person who, I guess you have like, one of your eyes is like sky blue and the other one's black, like coal or something like that. It's something like that. I probably have the colors wrong. But a lot of them is kind of figuring out, like, your past kind of thing. I don't know where the story goes, and don't spoil it, but that's just the intro part of it. Yep, exactly what Kravik's saying. The first one is designed to be played solo. That's the reason why when people are like, oh, is this game any good solo? It's like, it was made and balanced with solo in, like, as the default. And then they made it so you could also play multiplayer if you so wish. Which all I imagine multiplayer does is it probably takes the existing game and just makes the things go faster. Just by the fact that you can have more people working on more things. All right. The speed at which a forest ceases to be. Just, we go out for like, oh, it's time to cut some trees. And then, you know, several acres worth of land is just completely deforested. So yeah, you get the feeling they added co-op to their development path because of demand from feedback rather than the intended development path of beginning things. Yeah, and it was probably also at the same time how many other games came out that were similar in genre that multiplayer was like the thing that drew in the audience. Oh yeah, no, trees are the real enemy. We all know to never trust the tree. They're in league with the zombies. Alright, I'll give you a second to catch your breath, it's fine. But yeah, so right now the city's coming along well. We have 6 villagers now, not counting me. And so I've got them all working. Right now the farmer's not getting a whole lot done. For understandable reasons. Drop that off. Drop off the 109 sticks. Drop off the feathers. We should probably check on the hunter to make sure their bow's not getting too busted up. Drop off the meat in here. Also need a couple meat for myself because we're getting a wee bit hungry. Alright, well, I mean, your bow's still at 92%, so you don't need our bow yet. $77 feathers to the strange merchant. Yeah, the only thing is I don't want to run all the way over there. I believe she was on the north side of town. She could be like an amazing person to turn stuff in. I'm just trying to get my storage back online. Because I came to realize when we did the upgrade for the storage, it stopped working. Okay, and we're not going down there because that's where the bear is. The bear's scary. Well, the other half of the tree's not here anymore, so no idea what happened to that. Tree sympathizers? We can't have tree sympathizers here. Oh, so was hanging out in Smurf's channel the other day. I have been made aware. I have been made aware in RimWorld the sins of huntsmen and how huntsmen must not be tolerated. Which is such a wonderful meme, and absolutely something I'm going to be embracing. The long story short is there's a special named pawn in RimWorld named Huntsman. That just, by circumstances, ended up just completely screwing over so many runs for Mortal Smurf that he was just like, this one here, because it's like cartoonishly over the top ways of ruining his runs. That's like, this character here doesn't get to live. But it's the exact kind of memes that come out of streaming and games like RimWorld. Alright. So sadly, even with a copper axe, it only takes 2 times walking away from the settlement for me to break it with all the trees we're cutting down. That's kind of the big reason I was using the stone axes before, is they don't last as long, but I can make 2 or 3 of them really quickly and use those. I do think the copper axes are the more correct decision. But there is something to be said about being very lazy. What you need to do is invest in the skills that make your equipment last longer. But there's just so many good skills. I don't really know what I need for more copper axes beyond the copper part. I'm assuming it's going to be logs and not branches, so let's be careful with that. Copper tools, there's the axes. Yes, it'd be more copper. The idea of using copper as a metal for a tool is whack against something, given how soft copper is and metal makes very little logical sense to me. Bronze, on the other hand, right, but we figured out how to do, like in real life, we figured out how to manipulate copper before bronze. So there was an era where we didn't have bronze. Granted, I don't think exactly a whole lot of people were rocking copper axes. But, like, we worked up to bronze. The Calciferum age, if you remember correctly? I have no idea. Well, bronze is not alloy of tin copper, so it makes sense to figure one out before the other. Yep. Like, don't get me wrong, once we figured out bronze for whacking things with it, then yeah, you'd use bronze. It is interesting when you think about it, so both copper and tin aren't exactly the sturdiest of metals. And yet we put them together to make something way sturdier. Ow. Bronze is also vastly superior to working stone. Yeah. But it's just kind of one of those things that, like, both copper and tin aren't particularly good metals independently for, like, whacking things with. Like, copper has its benefits in conductivity, and then tin is good because it's cheap. Tin is good because it's cheap. That's tin's main advantage, is it's cheap, and I want to say it's corrosion resistant, but I could be wrong in that one. But it is fascinating to take these two relatively unimpressive metals when it comes to thwacking things with them, smooshing them together, and then they actually become pretty good. Let's see, working out metal alloys the way we did makes sense. The way we worked out steel, though, took a long time to work out steel, because for a long time steel was a byproduct of the iron smelting progress. Gotcha. Alright, Oscar, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. Alright. The sad thing is, as far as I could see, there wasn't a bronze axe. There is a bronze war axe, but like a straight up, I'm gonna thwack things with that axe. Nope. It's copper, and then not having the option for that. It's gonna be something like iron after that. Let's see, well, the melting point for many alloys is also lower or higher than any of the ingredients. Yep, chemistry is wild. That's, like, the fact that there's things where you're like, what am I going to do? All right, I'm going to take this material, okay, and then I'm going to burn it. I'm going to melt it, okay, and then I'm going to cool it off. That way, it has to be even hotter to melt it again. And you kind of just stare, it's like, all right, so wait a second. So you make it hot, and that makes it so it's harder to melt when you make it hot. But, what? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this thing, right, I'm going to burn it, okay? And I'm going to put it out before it fully burns. Okay. That way the next time I burn it, it burns even better. What? Excuse me? Then you get into like some of the really wide things like, so what is this? This? Oh, it's a fluid. Unless you push it really hard, then it becomes temporarily a state of a solid. But once you release the tension on it, it goes back to being a fluid again. And you just stare at them and be like, why does science be so committed to just making exceptions to any rule we come up with? Why does science act like this? It's like, I see you started to figure out my secrets. It'd be a real shame if I made an exception that you'd have to somehow figure out how to consider. Happy little accidents. So much is science. If there's an exception to the rule, that means there's a problem with the rule, and thus the level of understanding. You're not wrong, but it's one of those things where it's like you have these nice, neat, organized rules, and then there's always an exception. So if you want like the actually technically accurate rule, it ends up being this thing. It's like, oh yeah, that's a nice simple rule. Here is your 3 pages explaining the simple rule. Because we have to accommodate for all the exceptions. because it's always things like, this is the way this is going to behave, unless it's, you know, unless the atmospheric pressure is not, you know, one Earth's atmosphere. At which point, depending on the pressure, then this needs to go up and down. So it's kind of a clarification on the rule. But it's like, for example, Newtonian physics versus like the actual reality physics. Where Newtonian physics are very, very basic to the point of just not even being remotely accurate. But they were good enough that we got to the moon on them. But when you sit there and actually do like the proper math, the proper thing where it actually lines up with reality, it ends up being this ridiculously complicated formula to do the exact same things. The trees on this side of the stream are going bye-bye. Just no more tree. A better one, quantum physics versus normal physics. Since they're let's see, Euclidean geometry, where we're not 100% sure squares actually exist. There's some interesting stuff, and it's the kind of stuff that when you read it in isolation, like the whole thing about like, oh, squares might not exist, you're like, what is this garbage? But then you get into it's like, okay, I understand. As in, Newtonian physics are perfect mathematics in isolation. The problem is that isolation reality. But given how accurate the mathematics is, Newton had no way to calculate what he was missing is. Yeah. No, I get that. That's the whole thing. Is like, there are... It's basically you've got these mathematics that you can figure out stuff in a vacuum, so to speak. But the moment you apply it to any type of real-life situation, they just don't work because there's just too many variables you could never quantify using Newtonian physics. So you have to get to like the far more involved ones that take into consideration stuff like atmospheric pressure. You know, am I the only one who saw her be an absolute demon spawn and she like flipped out of the ground vertical? Because she was clearly unearthed herself. I also don't know where she's going right now. She's secretly a tree. She's one of them. I just looked and she just went bonk, and then started walking. I'm like, just gonna play it cool. It's the whole thing, like the vampire clawing out of the grave, and you know, whatever, and just someone being right there. It's like, play it cool, man. I do love that when you look at most of the characters in the default campaign, they're way less memey. Versus this one, you've got, you know, where you kill the foxes and they're like, yeah, the kid just wanted to know what the fox said. Okay. So. We've got the storage building fixed, which has much increased range now. Oh, can it get all the way over here? All the way to the end? Come on. It's still showing us in range. Where does it... Okay, its range ends right here. That's pretty solid that the building right there, this is how far I can reach it. So I can reach probably up into the top of that ledge over there. Probably just on top of the ledge.
Have you ever done any quest for the king?
No. Okay, so drop the meat off. Once again, I'm going to grab a couple for myself. Alright, so. I'm not going to worry too much about the house right now because I don't think I've got enough reputation to get that going anyway, so we'll just worry about it as materials come in. Eventually I'm going to knock down this house and that house, since they're not as good. I mean, honestly, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll probably get higher tech stuff anyways. Is there anything we want to grab to sell? We can grab the beer bottle. The clay cups, the clay vases. Let's see. Can be used as a wall decoration. Oh, okay. And the weird merchant, she wanted 77 of these, right? If we happen to see her. The wicker basket. Basically, wicker crate. Oh, reaching me, you can interact so far? Yeah, basically you can pull it from that storage. And do you have stuff in here for me to make? Are you actually making things, or are we just pretending to make things? Okay, if I remember correctly, that merchant was just north of town. So you've got one bucket there. We actually don't really have much firewood, which is a little concerning. I mean, it could be. Actually, oh, I mean, I got tons of sticks. So I should be able to make the wicker stuff. I'm not actually that worried about it. Alright, so let's go see if we can't catch this merchant and sell the big pile of whatever. Drop off other things. And then we can probably run back and start mining out the inside of the cave for ore. How close are you to maxing out your town? You don't know how big they can get? The default limit number of buildings is 100. But you can turn it up. I did turn it up. Basically, the game's just like, yo, if you do build more than 100 buildings, it's gonna get dodgy. So, best be ready for it. Yeah, I want to say the merchant in question was along this road. I'm going to cut through the water because they're getting really smelly because we've been doing a lot of hard labor. And not stopping to get clean. You can kill the fishes with a spear? Yep. Cool. She's still here.
Hello.
Show me your wares. Why? Alright. I can sell you feathers.
Good luck.
100 coins. This person is no longer interested in talking to me. Hey, I mean, she gave me 100 whatever coins. It was 66 feathers, but same diff. Alright, so the other thing we should do is we did start romancing one person to the town to the south. And so we're going to go ahead and, after I drop in here and drop off some stuff, I'm going to work my way back down there to continue that romancing. Because there is a whole thing where you can have an heir and all that. There's actually an achievement for getting far enough that you take over as your heir instead of you. I'm not sure if that works in this mode or how any of that goes. Minor typo there. Yeah, no, auto mod grabbed that. I saw the typo.
Practically losing money over here.
How are you?
Let's see. You can have my clay pots, clay vase, deer skull. Go ahead and take the feathers. Whisker basket, the mead. Hey, Salford Sal! How was the stream? What were you playing tonight? Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Salford Sal, if I can get a shout out for Salford Sal, absolutely someone I definitely recommend checking out. Really good time over there. Plays a lot of similar games that we play. Apparently been playing Galacticare according to Twitch, but Twitch has been known to lie about that. But also been playing Mind Over Magic and The Deadly Path. But for those who don't know Salford Sal, tends to play a lot of similar games, so it plays like Timberborn, Auction Not Included, all that kind of good stuff. But the thing that really impresses me that Salford Sal does is there's not many content creators on the platform who can set up and be like, I'm gonna do this big ambitious thing in this like automation or city builder or whatever game. And Salford Sal will be like, you know what? I want to capture all the water in the map in Timberborn and just have like one giant reservoir in the entire map. And does it. And that's impressive in its own right because one, it's a massive undertaking. And also two, as a content creator, it says a lot when you can keep people entertained and do like these big ambitious projects. Like that's not saying anything bad about the projects. It's just a lot of time goes into it. So it says a whole lot about that. All right, we got a bunch of money. But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. But again, Salford Sal is fantastic. Absolutely should check out Salford Sal. But for those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,120 zombies killed on one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, there's a past tense there, because I did have the record, and it has been beaten. That said, I do play a variety of games, many of the similar games that Salford Sal plays, as well as a bunch of others. Do a lot of like simulation. I've done lots of Timberborn and RimWorld and all those. And for the time being, we are playing some Medieval Dynasty. We started this the day before yesterday? Yesterday, right? Yeah, it was yesterday. Look, time has no meaning. And we're working on this. For those not familiar with the game, yeah, we want to go over here, because we want to find waifu. But for those who are not familiar with the game, basically it's a settlement builder. It's just a first-person settlement builder. That you basically you invite people into your town. You have to build them homes. They require firewood and food and water. They have skills at what they're good and bad at, and yada yada yada. There's a reputation mechanic, and a whole lot of stuff like that. And I demonstrate how horrible I am at actually landing hits with my spear. We chase down adorable little rabbits and stab them very aggressively because they're made out of food. And, you know, I like having food. But it's also a game where you can sit there and, like, romance a person, have an heir, build a kingdom, yada yada. But it's pretty open-ended. There are some incredibly dangerous animals in the game. So while you don't have like full-on bandit raids or anything like that, alright, so the fox is bleeding, so I don't need to do anything else. But yeah, so it's definitely, it's a game where you sit there and you can kind of build it. So the way construction works in the game is kind of like if you're playing a game like Valheim or The Forest or Green Hell or one of those. There we go. Oh, I need to make another knife. Alright. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things where you're like, I want to build this here. And, you know, you get your logs, you get your stone, you get your sticks and all that, and you make your building. And then you have your people stay in it and all that. So, like, at the moment, I'm up to 6 villagers in my little town. I'm working on trying to romance someone. It's not particularly fast. And when I say romance, it's not quite like Stardew Valley-esque, where you walk up, you talk to them a bunch of times, maybe you give them a gift or two, and then suddenly you've successfully romanced and everything's good. It's romance in the... Oh, hi.
I'm heading to bed, bye.
Alright, you sleep well.
You too, I love you.
Love. Jim was just, like, lurking back there. So I just turn and I just see her, like, standing there. Give me your fur. But yeah, so it's like romance, like if you're playing Bannerlord or something, where you have a half dozen conversations. They're like, would you like to be betrothed? And you're like, deal. You have convinced me. At least this one they go like, tell me about where you're from. Oh, wolf, 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 wolf bad. Run. Okay. Alright, I think I got out of its territory. Now you're the bunny? Yeah, no, that's... Wolves will wreck your day. Like, very genuinely, the scary animals in this game are scary. Like, boars, wolves, the, I always forget their name, the ox... Oh, it's right there on the screen. The wisent. Bears. Like... The people in this game with their bows and arrows and clubs are super easy to deal with, but, you know, when you've got a bear that runs faster than you do on your heels, you poke at it with a couple of stone arrows, and then you look at the respawn screen. You try to run, and then you see the respawn screen. You get your spear, and then you see the respawn screen. You can fight them, but you gotta prepare. Alright, which was the one? Yeah, it was in Garda? Was it in Garda? No, it was... Hey, look, I would never mistake someone as you. That's... Okay.
There's nothing like
Alright, romance. You seem very interesting.
You're sleeping
Yeah.
sides today.
His wife would agree.
Called himself Sparrow.
You seem very interesting. Can I ask you something?
Pretty sure he stole my money.
Don't make fun of me, but my favorite animals were always chicken. I have no idea why, I just love the way they run around and move their heads. What about you? Since childhood, I have been afraid of heights. It seems every time I fall, I hurt myself. What's your biggest fear? Do you have a favorite color? Mine's brown. I don't really know why. It just made me feel safe. So with this, there's actually like good and bad questions to ask. I want to say with some of these, if you say like the wrong one, it's basically the consequences. They won't talk to you again until next season. I'm going to say afraid of heights. If you live life by logic, there's nothing you should be afraid of. And my greatest fear is to allow myself to see how false the previous statement is. How are you doing, beautiful? Okay, so we're escalating. Let's see. You never felt love like that before, and it scares me. But I'd rather spend my whole life in fear than to draw even one more breath without you as my wife. Dang. Laying it on thick. We have had like 5 exchanges of words. And I mean an exchange of words as in a conversation where I say something and they respond. Not as in separate conversations. Let's say, can't stand laziness. Your diligence should be an inspiration to everyone. What's the difference between a woman's argument and a knife? Here's the answer. If you're asking that question, you've already made a mistake. I truly admire your honesty. I think that's a proposed message. Yeah, but at Affection 25, we are not winning that. I'm gonna say I admire your honesty. Lying is taking the easy way out, in my opinion. How are you doing, beautiful? Oh, you're giving me whole paragraphs now. Okay, so that's the same as last time. A scribe I met during my travels told me they prepare ink for writing. I always wondering about that. Apparently, they're using gallnuts from oak trees. Let's see. Do you know why bears would never use swords? Because they always fight with their bare hands. Supposedly, there's a hunter who stuffs the carcasses of the animals he hunts. They are reportedly still look alive, just frozen in time. I suspect the second one is the more correct one, but I'm gonna do the bare hands joke. It's good that they don't. Using a weapon to make them even barbaric. A real force to be reckoned with. How are you doing, beautiful? Basically, until we can keep going until like certain number of dialogues, or we hit a miss where she's like, all right, I don't want to talk right now. You're so hilarious. I could listen to that voice for years for hour. Do you sing? Let's see. Do you know what a pig that ran into a bush is called? A hedgehog. Pretty clever. Not funny, though. Sorry, I need some time to think. Okay. We batted out in that joke. Batted out on that joke. She heard the joke is like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. He's like, hedgehog? Really? Sorry. That's gonna be a nope for me. Yeah, that's fair. It was a pretty bad pun. Hey, Vortis, how's it going? Fox, I need you to stay on top of the terrain. I don't have many rules, Fox. Did you... I have been bested by the Fox, chat. I have been bested by the Fox. The Fox knew it couldn't win, so it just needed to deny me my victory. Oh, I put away the bow. I was like, what did I just do? Well, I managed to shoot under the badger's chin. Imagine that arrow's long gone. Oh, nope, there. You can keep that arrow, puppy. I'll go this way where the murder puppy is not. Well, the good news is we did boost our affection almost 20%.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yep, and so that's my settlement I've been building down there. That was also a forest. You can see all the tree stumps, the entire area, except where I dug up the tree stumps in the middle there. It was dense like this whole area up here. But, you know, building wood structures takes a lot of wood. But all in all, that was good. I feel like that was a productive day. We got some buildings done. I mean, the in-game day. The stream's not over. We got some buildings done. We worked on our romantic situation with... I've already forgotten the character's name. You know, with the soon-to-be romantic whatever. Yeah, Ermina. All right. Okay, let's check our money. So our money's at 600. Let's go to technology. Let's see if we can make ourselves a better pickaxe, because I haven't unlocked the better one. So we can make a bronze pick. Unfortunately, that requires linen thread, and I do not have the technology that is linen thread. So in lieu of that, we're gonna smack it with a rock that's been made pointy. I'll go ahead and give myself... Oh, I need more stone for that. All right, that's fine. Let's go into the cave nearby and try and get ourselves some ore, so that we can go ahead and think. You're a good part of what makes the universe awesome? Well, thank you. You wonder why she didn't want to talk anymore? Yeah. She just was not a fan of our joke. We dropped one pun and she was like, ah, pretty good, I got one too. And then we dropped another pun, she's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Sorry, I got a strict one pun per day. This is, like, I don't make the rules, but I actually do. You can at least remember a name though, you're not wrong. The problem is, like, a lot of the characters have zero personality in this game. Sounds like you got punishment for your dialogue choice. Yup. Alright, there's a lot of tin and copper and all we're finding in here. I probably should make it a point to go into this cave and clean it out each season as like one of my earlier priorities. Just because the copper and tin and all that are pretty limited supply, given the time. They do have some personality, so you get a wife that likes your jokes. Yeah, no, they do have, like, her whole thing is that she definitely comes across as the kind of person who was, you know, she was kind of, I think she said in her skills, she's kind of, like, good all around at, you know, a little bit of a jack of all trades. And that when it came to a lot of the other stuff, she seems to be more of, like, an intellectual kind of person. You know, a driven intellectual kind of person. Versus sometimes you'll have ones where, like, absolutely no on the puns. I remember that being a thing. But it's just, like, the nature of this game versus, like, Stardew Valley or Coral Island, where, you know, you've got the characters have very distinct personalities, where it's like, there's the athletic one, there's, you know, there's the science-y one, there's, like, the, like, not overly empathetic, there's, like, the family-driven one, and all that, versus this one, it's like, okay, she vaguely just has different lines, but otherwise looks exactly like all the other characters look like. I actually I don't think the personalities are tied with their appearance. I think literally they just change, like, they just generate a pawn and they assign them a personality. But yeah, I should remember her name. The best one was someone having a similar name nearby and walking up. It's like, oh, hey, wait a second. You're not the person I'm looking for. Directly in front of the person. Yep, that is how you end up on a first and last date at the same time. Or you show up and you're meeting someone and you start talking to the wrong person thinking they're them. That definitely does not help your cause. All right. And are getting our next stone house built, so that more people can live in our town. It's almost as if people get upset if you don't seem to actually show interest in them. And, you know, all that. Again, very justifiably, too. Okay, so let's see how much more, or do I have a bunch of junk on me still? We should have most of it gone, right? I got a little bit of meat on me, but that's fine. That doesn't weigh that much. Oh, another spot right here. This seems like a pretty good cave. Like, we actually get to get a good amount in here before it runs out. Okay. I was like, I hope I can find my way out. There's, let's see, you just purchase the game, goodbye hours of your life. It happens. But yeah. No, there is some cheesy tactics people have done in the past. I don't know if it still works. It used to be a thing that people at the end of the season, on like the last day, they'd go into the cave and just like mine everything, and they kind of do the thing where you drop stuff and you move forward and you pick it back up to inch forward, and then just completely over encumber themselves like right at the end of the day, because then it teleports you back into your house for the season chain, so you could then just drop the stuff and deal with it in your town. Alright, so there's another 36 stone. And the salt. And the copper. And the tin. Need more logs for any of that. That's fine. All right. Okay, and for the rest of that, we're waiting on the sawmill. I said, yeah, no, it's a good game. I very much have enjoyed my playing of it. We can go over here and drop off the spare meat. Okay, I have a funny feeling that this is going to be a whole thing. Alright, there was a drying rack in here somewhere. Let's make a torch. Dried meat. Oh, I need to set up to do lots of it. Alright. We're probably not going to wait for the full time, but I've got a giant supply of meat getting shown up here, and it needs to start getting dealt with. So we're kind of trying to go through part of the night with this. I'm not going to do the whole 7 minutes. Let's get like 10 of them, maybe. But these are things you can assign to your workers, and they'll work on it, which the hunter has. It's just kind of one of those things you're like, I'd really like you to get more of this done, please. Take the rest of the roasted meat. Let's see, at least they had to show how long it takes. There was a time you just didn't know. That sounds awful. I'm all disoriented now. This way. Okay. So we keep working on that cave. This one will break our pickaxe, then it will come back out. It's just kind of one of those things that I don't have another log handy. And I also don't know how much is still left in the cave. Yep, we already hit everything on the right path. Also, streaming, you can adjust settings for quick craft. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, if it gets to be way out of control, like if I walk up and there's a thing that's like 20 minutes or something, obviously we're not sitting there for 20 minutes. But it's kind of one of those things like that crafting we were just doing there. I don't really need it to get done right then and there. Tin, copper, salt. Copper, salt. I have grossly underestimated how long. Required mine. I guess if I have a pickaxe, I might be able to break through that. Because this is a really long tunnel down here. This is a really good cave. Like, we haven't seen iron or anything down here. But for, like, copper and bronze and all that, this is a deep tunnel. You watched yesterday's VOD, 15 minutes to wait for the bus? Oh yeah, there's a reason we didn't do it. Like, when it was like 15 minutes to wait to be able to use the bus is like, no. It's like, I'm not gonna sit here and just wait 15 minutes while everyone watches us sit on a bench for 15 minutes. We're doing something. Well, I mean, I put up for a vote to basically say, do we want to keep playing this game, but the other game, but permadeath, because we were playing My Summer Car. Do we want to go back to permadeath? Because I'm not waiting 15 minutes to wait 10 minutes to wait, you know, to walk 10 minutes. Like, that sounds awful from a viewer perspective. Versus like 4 or 5 minutes is fine. It was a good choice to switch games. I think so. It's a cool game. I very much want to see someone make a My Summer Car, except not janky and trolly. I know that's part of the appeal of My Summer Car, but I'm thinking like a totally separate game. Like, no, give me a piece of junk car that's missing parts, that barely runs. Make me do odd jobs to like get it, you know, and like give me mechanic simulator levels of actually being able to do all this stuff. Like, I want that game. That sounds fun to me. That's fine. Alright. But yeah, not just one of those things. Like, it's almost like an actual life sim, except unlike real life where you work and sometimes you don't get paid and then there's bureaucracy and all the not fun parts of it, that you can very genuinely be like, I want to make my car better. I'm just gonna go to this place and I'm gonna go do this thing and they're going to give me stuff that I can sell, and it just works. Alright, we can drop the stone off. Drop the tin off. Make yourselves a new pickaxe. It's a classic when you look at a lot of those jobs as a game kind of thing. So, you know, the Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, all those style games. Usually the way to describe it is a lot of people love the idea of a certain job or whatever. The problem is the actual job in real life, there's, you know, all the paperwork. There's all the getting stuck, like, waiting, you know, 15, 20, 30 minutes. You go to drive the truck and you're not driving, hey, I'm going to spend an hour doing this. It's, no, you're going to do this 8 straight hours with, like, a break in the middle there kind of thing. Like, that's the reason why the real-life job ends up being a pain. You get stuck in traffic, or you get, like, you take proper care of your truck, but you just get unlucky and you end up having, you know, pick up a nail and get a flat or whatever, and all these things that create all these headaches. And video game version, those things don't happen. You get the fun part. Doesn't mean it can't be hard. You just get the fun part. You don't get the I'm getting ready to leave, wait for them to hook everything up and getting it all set up, and then sign off on it. Check to make sure all the tamper they're not locks. The tamper things are in place, so if someone were to mess with your load and all that, like, you can demonstrate that, and then get to the other side and do the other paperwork and the other tamper thing, and spend the whole time having all those vibrations put through your body to make you uncomfortable. Or just physically can't do all the farming, building work. Right, or also it's like they can have physical limitations where it's like, yeah, maybe I can do this job, maybe not. But regardless, at the end of the day, I'm going to be in serious pain, so it's not happening. What you love about Job Simulator, you can stop playing anytime you want. Not a thing with a real job. Yeah, that too. Like, if you're just like, you know what, I'm not feeling it today. You just don't. And it's fine. And like, for games like American Truck Simulator, if you goof up and you accidentally knock a car, they go, oh, here's your minimum fine that's barely a relevant number to anything. Versus in real life, if you sideswipe a car, you might go to jail. Like, depending on how absolutely egregious it is, you could be fined criminally negligent. And you can scream at the customers in the shop because they're not always right. Yeah. Customers are very much not always right. Not even... I would argue customers are more wrong than right from having worked in retail and food. But that's also because the customer's always right is an incomplete quote. I believe the actual quote is customers are always right in regards to taste. I believe is the actual quote. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm in the ballpark. But it's one of those many quotes that that's never tested in period material. Yep. In matters of taste. Yeah, gotcha. Basically, your customer decides, I like bacon. I want bacon. But you decide all the other stuff. And the customer is quite often not right about all those other things. Yeah, I was gonna say, saw some tin over there. So we should be in really good shape on our metal after this. Oh, let's go straight to the back before we break this pickaxe. Because we saw a thing that says requires mine. Required mine. Let's check under our technology. Gotcha. Okay, so we can't go in there until we get that. Alright, cool. So basically, it looks like there'll be more cave in our cave eventually. Now, what I don't know is if it'll be a building that we plunk down that's similar to, Similar to, like, the woodcutter, but, like, you put it way back there, and it's just, you know, the magic infinite source of ore that, you know, comes at a time. Like, if you've ever played, Graveyard Keeper, you have, like, the limited ones you can do yourself or whatever. And you have the ones you can just, like, pass off to the zombie where they just go into the mine and they bring out resources. Makes me think, there was it Magic? Yeah, it was Magic Kingdom, so Disney. So they had what was the, Splash Mountain that's now, like, Princess Tiana's whatever. And so they had the big mountain facade there, and they're like, okay, so for New Orleans, what the heck do we make this mountain? Because there's, like, no real mountains in that area of the world. So, like, what do we make this to make it fit the story? And after doing some research, they actually realized there was some rocky hills in Louisiana that are salt mines. And so just weirdly they added a salt mine. Which really thematically was a weird one. Yeah, Graveyard Keeper has the infinite... Oh yeah, that's right, you just stand there, but like the zombies, you have to send them into the cave. My headcanon is that whole area of Magic Kingdom that, after getting her restaurant, being able to sell her beignets, that she basically made a conglomerate, that she built her own company town, because that's what that part of the park looks like now. That everything is in her name and all that. You're like, she built a company town. She runs the canning place, she runs the restaurant, she runs the general store. This is a company town. Probably paying her staff in Skrit. Yeah, no, I'm not going to TwitchCon Rotterdam. TwitchCon in the US, I'm on the fence because I'm already in the US, but I'm hearing more and more people who are basically not planning to go because of, we will not get into it, current events. And that kind of really, you know, takes a lot of the value out for me as a creator. If, like, you know, a lot of the different companies aren't going to be there, a lot of the different publishers aren't going to be there, a lot of the different agencies aren't going to be there, a lot of the viewers aren't going to be there. Like, you know, the handful of other creators, it's like, okay, but how many? A bunch of them aren't going. Hey, but they got 3% off buying company food and renting company apartments. I know, right? Like, don't get me wrong. All of the things they're saying where it's a company town, it's not really in, like, the canon. It's just you walk into that area because they, like, just refurbished what was there and, you know, slapped Tiana's name on just about everything. And you're just like, this has very different optics than I believe was intended. Which, granted, I think they should keep it just the way it is, because it's kind of a fun little just joke thing that people make. And we need to get out of here because I just remembered this is our last torch. Okay, we can kind of see the A little bit of the light on the ground. All right. Cool, just let it burn out because there's nothing left of that one. Hey, look, it's daytime. Yeah, that's actually, I knew a lot of people from the TwitchCon events that they just didn't even go into the actual, like, TwitchCon itself. You know, they went to the area to meet with people. I honestly don't think it's that bad of an idea, because the price for a lot of I mean, granted, the main expense for most of those things is the plane ticket. And if not the plane ticket, the hotel room. Like, the con itself is, as much as people get upset about the price, it's like, right, don't get me wrong, it has a cost and it's not nothing. But really the thing that's killing you is that plane ticket getting over there. And then staying there. Let's see, you've been to TwitchCon once, but to be good and just being around the place, so much fun happens outside anyways. Yeah. Honestly, don't think it's a bad idea to do that. That's even true of, when I was doing a lot of my dev conferences and all that. That was a very common thing you'd have, is you'd have a whole bunch of people who'd show up at, like, whatever city the conference was happening at, and they'd just be in the area that have, like, their separate, you know, after parties, or, you know, the one we had at TwitchCon San Diego was for a lot of the creators. A lot of the publishers would have, I don't know what you'd call it, like a chill space. So, because, like, for content creators, and I'm not someone who runs into this myself, but, like, if you're a bigger name, it can kind of be a difficult thing, because while you're on the con floor, you've got random fans and other people approaching you constantly, and that, it can be fun, but it's exhausting. So almost all of them had, like, you would be able to go just, you know, across the street or whatever from the convention, and at a place where you get yourself a bite to eat, a couple of drinks or whatever. You know, the studio or whatever that was hosting it would probably pitch whatever their latest games are that they got coming up that they're hoping you'll be interested in, which I thought was excellent. There's still ones I'd love to talk about that I can't yet, because while there wasn't like a formal NDA or whatever, it was definitely one of those things like, hey, we're showing this kind of stuff, and, you know, like, we're inviting you here and we're letting you see stuff, so, like, let us announce it on our own time, please. But man, there were some games I got shown that were like, okay, I can't play this on my channel, it's just way too outside of anything, but I am genuinely curious about this absolutely unhinged game. Because he did meet Kiri, but she was too busy, so only said hi. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Kiri's definitely someone who has no problem meeting people, but yeah, that's one of the problems you run into with events like TwitchCon is as a creator, if you're getting your money's worth out of it, you're basically trying to line up meeting with as many like devs and publishers and all that kind of stuff, trying to get all that sorted, because that's one of your ways to get a hold of keys and sponsorships and all of that to, like, you know, make it worth it or whatever. And so you'll have some days during the convention that there's just no stop, just go, 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 go. And then usually there'll always almost be that, like, one event that is, like, super quiet or whatever. Alright, so we got a level in production. 2 points in production this level. Alright, so that just smithies faster. Less stamina consumption during building. Faster building, stacks one time. That's just, again, crafting faster. Hammers lose durability slower. We are going to be using the smithy a lot. So let's lean into that, because I'm going to have to keep doing that. Alright, so we had here the level 2 workhouse. So that's 19 planks, 40 logs. I do want to build that. I am going to wait till we have more of those supplies on hand. You think it's perfect for a small streamer? Well, I think events like TwitchCon and all that are really good for a lot of people, honestly. I don't think it's like strictly a small, big, or whatever streamer. I think there's stuff for everyone. It can be a lot harder to get what you'd like out of it as a wait a second. It said the bronze pickaxe required linen, but that says it doesn't. Technology. Here, smithy. Oh, I misunderstood. That's a bronze pick, like a weapon pick, like for penetrating armor. Not. It's like a spiked mace kind of thing. Not the pick. I'm glad we didn't grab that. All right. So get that going here. Could use a little bit more food. Basically, I'm just kind of going hard at the mining for the moment. Here, I'll grab your lower condition food. All right. So we're making good progress in all this. We're not making much money at the moment because I am just kind of grinding out like metal ingots and all that. But what that should do for us, though, is in the long run, all those metal ingots should ultimately become lots of tools and all that. That'll do us a lot of good. I'm trying to watch. One of these areas I went to walk out, and I saw salt on the wall. There it is. Well, it wasn't salt, it was tin. Anyone play this game again? It's so cozy. Mostly, yeah. You do occasionally have like wolves and bears that decide to tone down the coziness. But that's really mostly only a problem if you build right near them or if you're traveling through their area. They're very avoidable things for a lot of the game. All right. You got almost 200 hours into it? I believe that. This feels like the kind of game you could just rack up the hours in. Alright, so we gotta head back out again. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to the point where we're gonna be done with the mine just because we'll have tapped it out. That's kind of my thought, is we can get this much bronze out of here. We can put that to use. It's probably not something I need to do every season, but it's also something that as we continue to advance our character and get better backpacks and all that, will just take me less time. I also don't know if it all will respawn each season or if it's a partial respawn or how any of that works, but we'll figure it out. It's just a game that's fun for you to do alone. It's absolutely the kind of game that you can just kind of chill and go at it. Like, it's not the kind of game that I feel like you really just have to, you know, really kind of go hard at it just to make it. Because even if you turn up the difficulty where the taxes are much higher and the XP slower and yada yada, and they eat more and all that, I feel like it'd still be a very manageable game. You can also adjust how long a season is to also affect that. I do kind of wonder if I'd be happier with the 3 or 5 day. Like, the 5 day, I'm getting plenty of done on the village. It's probably, well, like, I think we'll keep it at 5. Because we started at 3, and it was very much suggested I switch to 5, and I've been pretty happy with it. Let's plan for the pick to break. All right. Just the fact that there aren't any time limiting stuff? Yeah. Like, the closest you have is you can take, like, the quests that are like, hey, this expires at the end of the season. But even then, the consequence for not finishing it is you just don't really get the prize. So who cares? All right. Like, don't get me wrong, there's some games you want that sense of urgency, but it's also nice to have games where it's like, hey, the game doesn't need to be easy. Like, there's some games that are absolutely, like, brutally hard, but you can kind of take it at whatever pace you like. And I do appreciate that, because, like, then you can have those times where, like, what am I doing? Oh, I'm just working on gathering this resource, whatever. I think that's it for the cave. Not that I couldn't have missed any nodes, but we're not that worried. Yeah, I believe I have, completely cleared the cave out. I was actually expecting to break this pickaxe. But the thing I'm going to do is I'm literally going to go outside. I'm going to find some rocks. You know what? I'm lying. I'm going to go ahead and just chuck the pickaxes in with the storage for the extraction person. Alright. Cool, cool. So I've got that all sorted. I've got way more than enough stone and all that now. So now we're still back to desperately needing wood to keep building. And I'm kind of operating as the blacksmith for the moment. Yeah, because at the moment, how much stone do I have in here? So I've only got 1 limestone, but I got 212 stone. We are more than fine on stone for a while. Okay. But this means we're leveling up our extraction and our production skills. And basically they're commenting on how bad my character smells. Which doesn't surprise me. Something tells me if you're going in and out of a mine and busting your butt down there to like maximum carry weight where you can barely walk out for like 2 days without sleeping doing just that, you're probably ripe. you're probably super duper ripe. All right, Cody, you have a good time, and you can get some noms. And thank you for the lurk. I do appreciate it. You can drop more copper bars, more bronze bars. Yes, we're sitting on a pretty good stockpile of the copper and bronze.
Carving animal figurines from wood? That's not a real job.
Cool. Alright, so he's been over there building who knows what. So let's see. We got a couple of buckets here. Alright, so we actually don't have hardly any leather. We do have a singular wicker basket. Got a couple of wooden bowls. Yeah, so he's not getting a whole lot done very quickly, but he is technically getting things done. Okay, so we do have plenty of arrows. Yeah, so it looks like I'm basically just about out of leather hides and all that. Well, just leather. There's not a differentiation. So we're gonna go probably murder the crap out of some deer. And get ourselves some more leather while we're still chilling. Because until I can get more reputation, I can't really get more villagers, so there's not really a big reason to focus on that. So are you bleeding, though? It didn't look like you were. There, now you're bleeding. Dear, you need to be on the ground and not just... Oop. That's on me. I'm doing that way too fast and it's just not even working. That's fine, that spear needed to go. Alright, so now I'm down to just having the one spear finally, which is something we've been doing for a while. There. So they'll give us some leather and some meat. And the deer being helpful and not being all buried back in that corner? Nope, they're all back there. Okay, that was not a bleeding hit. Okay. Okay, bleeding hit, so we got ourselves another kill basically coming in. Got another hit on him. And I don't know if you get like 2 or 3 arrows stuck in him, it would make him bleed faster or not. Doesn't seem to be. That's another hit. All right. They're still not overburned, so just keep on going. Until the deer just stop being here. Alright. Because I need the leather, I need the meat, all that good stuff. And it's something to do while the season's winding down. I do like that since we can like see our arrows from a distance, if I lose sight of it, I can just put like the inspect vision and I still just see the deer running around. I shorted that one. Yeah, I think it ricocheted off the ground. Okay, so it looks like there's 4 deer left. I think 3 doe and a stag. Oh, hang on. Gotta replace my knife again. All right. Pretty soon we'll start getting over encumbered. Also need to take a peek at the hunter's thing. Oh, no, there's 3 more deer over there. I was gonna cut right in front of me. I do dislike that they keep running behind this building. Makes a good place to go back here and get a melee hit in on them. But not a good place for much else. All right. I could have gotten that shot. Thought I turned more and he was just right on target. Okay, you're about to die. We got 3 others running around here. All right. And it is a thing that basically exhausts an animal in an area for the season, but it does seem like they just come back the very next season. So there isn't quite the concept of, like, accidentally overhunting a place into non-existence. Okay, that wasn't a bleed hit, it was just a normal hit. Are you down to like 1 health? You are. So it wasn't a bleed hit, but it was like a near lethal hit from like pegging on the back of the head or something. Alright, not a bleed hit. Okay, we just got a couple of doe left, and then we've hunted the whole area out of deer. I am amazed that we are not overburned yet. Our character is like literally lugging... Okay. Weirdly aggressive of you, dear. Oh, it's because there's a wolf there. You'll just stay away from that wolf. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I was like, I don't know why the deer are running at me. Ah, I turned. I'm guessing it bounced. Oh, it's over there. Probably all back up here again. Okay. Got a bleed on him. Pretty sure that was another solid hit. Yeah, you're about dead. It was a solid hit. It just wasn't a bleed. Can you tame the murder puppy? No. As far as I'm aware, there's no, like, pets. You can have, like, sheep and that kind of stuff. But I don't believe there's any, like, taming wild animals. How am I not overburned? Okay, not a bleed, but a very solid hit. Took half its life. Okay, that's a bleed. Oh, I need to make another knife again. Okay, there's a couple tree branches there. Hey, Citric Orange! Good to see you on the 5 stream streak. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. I really do appreciate you catching the last 5 streams without missing a single one. Keep hearing the wolves and I don't like it. Oh, right, I have to actually make said knife. Yeah, so we should be good for leather for a while, considering we're wiping out an entire area of all deer. And there's one last deer up here. Yeah, I heard it earlier. Got him. And it's a bleed. I'm avoiding that side of the little stream here because that's where we keep seeing the wolves. Yeah, there's a wolf right there. Doe, I'd really like you to cross the river. Okay. We got a bleed on the wolf. It came after me and I managed to plug a hit in and on its way in. Alright, first time killing a wolf this round. Alright. Oh, while we're way over here, let's pop into the water up here and clean ourselves off. Yeah, because I had a solid hit on that wolf, got a pretty good bleed. And I figured with the wolf running straight at me. That's the reason I didn't take the shot when it was way back. I felt pretty confident the next shot was going to finish it off as long as I hit it while it was oncoming. But that gave me a decent amount of fur. Later on, when you have, like, iron arrows and all that, the wolves and all that would be way less intimidating. They can still be very dangerous because they do a lot of damage and they move fast. But at least then if you know, hit a solid hit with an iron arrow, that's usually enough that the wolf is pretty much done. Especially with like a longbow or a recurve bow. Alright, so we killed all the deer and a wolf. Let's bring this all back. So where we were really low on leather, now we're not. I think I'm carrying like 50 leather on me now. Plus some fur from the wolf and like a couple of badgers and all that. Which is also good because I'm low on food. So I might take another round of drying some meat. I'm not going to do all like 100 meat or something we're up to though. Okay, we can start by getting our sip of water. Pop over here. Yep, so we got 4 leather. 44 leather, 4 fur. I've got 99 meat. I have the extra set of winter boots. We got the deer skull. That we can use as a decoration or whatever. We will want to eat some of the dried meat. Yeah, we're gonna have to dry some meat because they're eating it faster than it's getting prepared. I have almost 200 meat. And then the fish also needs to be dried. Well, that's great. So we can go ahead and eat enough dried meat that we're not gonna have to worry about that for a minute. Okay, so we can start with the dried fish. That should be pretty quick. This is gonna be a whole thing, isn't it? Let's actually see if there's any cooking recipes we can get for the kitchen that are gonna be with the meat that won't be quite so awful, because I'm a little worried by how ridiculously long it might take us to process those. So kitchen. So anything that is meat without like a veggie or something like that. No. The answer is no. Survival stuff. Is there anything in here that's meaningful? Nope. Well, crap. We're not gonna wait the whole time. Let me guess. 15 minutes is how long that's gonna be there for. We're not gonna be doing the whole stack, even remotely. I'm just gonna try and get, let's say, like 20 or 30 of them done, just because we're getting really low. Says, you can just roast the meat, right? Yeah, you can roast the meat as well. I'm not sure there's that much of a difference in time. Can I check that without canceling? It's just a matter of the volume. I believe dried meat lasts longer than roast meat. There's a quick craft option, if you remember right. We might need to do that. Because that's a bit much. It would be customized game. Fast crafting. You wish there was a middle ground? Yeah, that mean I will turn that back off. The only reason we didn't want to, yeah, I wish there was somewhere in between there. I agree. Did that not change it? Okay. Because I do feel like there's a middle ground there. But there's no way I'm sitting here, like, on stream for, like, 20 minutes watching a bar fill up. That's a whole thing. I was going to basically wait for 2030. I kind of wish I knew it was going to be the full stack, because what I would have done as a middle ground is I would have grabbed, like, 20 and then fast crafted those. Alright, so you have like 10 logs. Oh, right, the house is over here that we haven't built yet. Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. It'd be nice to be like, hey, maybe when there's bulk you can, like, jump it a little bit faster. All right. So that's gonna make 16. to make yourself a copper axe. And go get herself some more logs. Yeah, no, you're all good. I mean, I don't, like, regardless, I wasn't going to sit here the whole time for the whole 15. Yeah, no, you're all good. I'm mostly just agreeing that I think it'd be nice to have a middle ground where, like, okay, maybe instead of doing it, like, the whole stack, it does the timer, but does in, like, batches of 5. So it's, you know, technically 5 times as fast. So if you're talking a 20-minute wait, it becomes a 4-minute wait. So it's still something. It's like maybe you have default speed, or where it does it in like default speed, batches of 2, batches of 5, batches of 10, and then just the whole stack at once. So you can kind of choose how much faster. There's definitely some things I don't mind, like with the tools, where I don't seem to need to make that many tools at any given time. I don't think the crafting needs to be that much faster. But then there's stuff like the meat and all that, where I'm like, okay, I'm making literally hundreds of these. Let's, maybe give that one a little bit of bump. Now, if I wasn't streaming, that would be something I'll be a lot less worried about, because I'd be like, oh, you know, let me start this craft. Okay, let me catch up on my email. You know, once it's kind of dark and a little annoying to work on stuff, or I don't have a priority. That's the kind of thing where you're like, oh yeah, I want to go ahead and work on some paperwork here. I'll start this craft of 100 things. All right. There's no woods left in my woods. Yeah, and then the plan is to take this whole stack that I'm getting right now, and I'm just going to make into planks. Just need that for the other house that we're building down there. We have a lot of other crafts that are requiring planks now as well. And that'll give the woodcutter time to catch up with the other stuff. Oh, I should also check in the firewood now I think about it. That's a thing to consider. Now, granted, we're getting pretty close to the end of the season. But it's coming along pretty well. I do vaguely recall the last time we played, which has been a long time, it was kind of the same deal where we just wiped out all the trees for like a square mile. But once it got to the point where they started to grow back, we kind of just didn't need to cut that many trees anymore. And then on the rare occasion I did need to cut trees, the ones that were right there grew back. Just didn't have to worry about near as much. All of that was forest. It just blows my mind. This whole area was forced. It's just nothing left. Just all of that was forest. It was like what you're seeing up on that hill up there, but the whole way through here was just like a little gap in front of the cave mouth. All right. So get over here and get this other house built. Reputation-wise, what are we at? 685. I'm willing to bet we can't get another person until we hit 700. Realistically, next season when we do our tasks, that'll probably take us up to like 800-900. All right. Let's do the 25 I've got on me. That'll be 50 planks. And that's only a minute and a half. That was the reason why it's such a big difference, is like how long that cooking takes. You know, a minute and a half is entirely reasonable. When it was like, yo, 20 minutes, get ready. Alright, bear with me. I'm going to mute my mic while that's going real fast. I'm going to finish my food from dinner. Alright. So get ourselves all the planks I should need. And there's our skill point in extraction. Alright. So we're doing the more carry weight, because like I said, the more carry weight's amazing to me because it works with literally everything. So with that, we can go ahead and get this roof finished, and that'll be another house done. All right. And we're once again getting incredibly stinky because we're doing hard labor day in and day out. That's not going to be enough planks. All those planks we just did, and I'm still shy just a little. I'm shy 4 planks, 2 logs worth. I'm just going to make those. All right. Hey, Zelyard, how's it going? Alright, and with this, I've broken my hammer, so I have to make a hammer. Readings imagine building an entire village by yourself. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like where a character ends up being like incredibly rank with just, you know, hard labor stink. There's a good reason for it. Tax them more. So that's a weird thing. So our citizens don't pay taxes. We pay taxes to the crown, but our citizens just work for us. That lets us make money off of the stuff they make, which is honestly probably worth well more than what we would otherwise get from them. All right. So not much to add there still. And our orchard is still growing. Oh, don't I have one more hop plant? Where did you put your village? Here, I can just show you on the map. So if we look where the starting town is, it's right down here along this corner. Like a little peninsula. So I've got along this like little peninsula spot down here. Yeah, we ran around just a little bit looking for places. Because the art place I built my town was the time before I built it down here, which is also a pretty good spot flat, but these wolves get a little annoying early on there. Because that was a long time ago I did that, and it was a pretty good spot. We just needed to deal with the wolves. But once we built out far enough, the wolves stopped showing back up. Let's see here. Anything I should be grabbing for sale? Right, so I wanted to grab that plant. Let's go grab one of the bags from the farmer. Because then I'll put this last hop plant right here. You playing the other map? Yeah, no, I did one playthrough we started way, like, forever ago. On the first map. And then way later I came back and I played a bit on the second map, this one. And I chose to do this map because... Oh, I'm already selected the right thing. I chose to do the second map for on-stream because it's... See, it feels like it's just a bigger map with more going on. There's not as much story and any of that stuff happening. Which is fine. Let's see here. Can I make any more clothing? Okay, I can. If we make the boots... I can make 2 rounds of boots, and the boots are the most valuable. So make 2 things of boots to go to town and sell it. Wait, on which way? Like this one you make your own custom character. Now make 1 hat. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing multiplayer, you're on this map. If you're playing solo, it could be either map. Basically, this map, you can make a custom character, tell your own story, that kind of thing. The other map you play as, I always forget his name. It's like Ragnarg or something like that. My brain just blots it out. But that's the one where you run around and you learn about your uncle and all that stuff. Rasimir, that's right. Rasimir. But yeah, for me, I'm like, well, of course I want to make my own character. If that's an option on the table. Off stream, I've been messing around with the one with Rasmir, only because there's an achievement for going through the main story. Otherwise, I'd just probably play the same thing. Oh, right, we need to take a dip in the water because we're stinky. Something about day in, day out back-breaking labor while being covered in furs and all that makes you extra ripe. That's fine, we can run back for food. Nah, I still smell like roses. I mean, if you got enough rose perfume, eventually you'd overpower the smell to the point you wouldn't notice it. Alright, you're probably not open yet today, are you? Well, actually, you might be. Yeah, enough of you are open. I don't really care about who's open, just as long as someone's buying.
Have a nice day.
You're not the storekeeper. You're the annoying 17-year-old. Meanwhile, let's check our management screen. What's this? Oh, you can hide them. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, you two are still... It's interesting. These two have been here... Like, they're my first two. They seem to be pretty... Oh, you know what it is? They have nice houses, and their houses are rubbish. That's why. These are all our nicer houses we built, and these are, like, tiny little thatch houses. That's why they're, like, not as happy as everyone else. So you're waiting on materials, and everyone else doesn't really matter right now. Oh, right, okay, we have the simple small house. It's also funny because if we look at these, we have nicer house now for one of those other couples. It could also be maybe I just paired up two people who just don't like each other.
How do you do?
Show me your wares, and by that I mean, would you like, hear me out, a winter cap, and 3 pairs of boots,
Price is so low you don't need to haggle. So long.
Alright, with that we got ourselves $1,000. Alright, so let's look at our management, our fields. We'll definitely want to go and get more of that. I don't think I want to deal with buying those seeds right now. What we're going to need is some way of getting ourselves some fertilizer. A dyeing component. Fertilizer. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Alright.
Price is so low, you don't need good luck.
Cool. So we got a big stack of fertilizer. Gonna run that back home. Eventually we'll be making our own fertilizer from manure and rot and all that. We're not quite there yet. So I'm gonna get a bunch of fertilizer. That way our farmers will have something to do. Because right now it's like, well, odd plant some stuff. Can't plant the seeds without the fertilizer. Can't do it. Not possible. Eventually you do get to the point where you just get a surplus of food and it starts rotting because you can't get to it in time, and the food that rots become fertilizer to grow more things. And that ends up being genuinely productive. Alright. We're gonna run this back home. And get it to the farmer. So they can do farmer things. But the goal is to get some of those crafts up there in the top left where it says I have 7 crafts that we don't have materials for. That's honestly just going to require more workers. There's no real other way around it. But that's the whole idea, is you slowly grow your town, you have more and more people running around doing their jobs and whatnot. And like, for the record, the people don't actually run out. Like, when you get the person that's like extractor, miner, they don't actually run out, find the ore, bang on the ore, and make that happen. Okay, and you still have a wooden hoe there, and a stone sickle. Yeah, so you got the hops going, you got the orchard. That's good old turning cabbage into fertilizer so you can grow more cabbage so you can do more fertilizer. Yep. Yeah, and that'll be this field. So I want to get that sorted out for spring. That way they can actually grow what we need. That said, chat, it is getting to be around that time. We are a little bit after 4, which is usually when I call it a night, and I've been staying up entirely too late pretty much every night lately. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly. I do apologize about that. I don't have a host set up. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow over here on Twitch or subscribe over there on YouTube. But YouTube, you're going to be on away. So, good night, and thank you again for tuning in. For everyone who has tuned in over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and first, before I forget,